Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so.
Good morning. Good morning. I will give everybody time to get in here. I know it's early, and we're going to get set up here for day 27 of Karen Read. So, welcome in. Grab your coffee, your tea, whatever your vice might be this morning. While I am getting set up here. Hope everybody had a good night. Oh, goodness, what just happened? I hear my kitty. It's like she's after something, but she doesn't know what it is. She is on the hunt. And we have the OnlyFans spinning, so we have it up and running so we can get on there as soon as it gets going this morning. And we don't have any word yet that I can tell as far as Lori's trial proceeding today. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. Certainly some news will come down. So we can get on there since it gets, should have some news coming down in a couple hours about that to see what they're doing over there. We'll take a little bit of time at lunch to look at a couple of things pertaining to that case as well. A few funny things as well. A few funny things. Sorry, guys, I was looking at something. These early mornings, my goodness, with these cases and these crazy time zones, when we'll start everything and when we don't. Sorry, guys, I was looking for some updates. I was trying to read something really quick. Do you think they'll be through with this witness today? Like the judge just shut that down, like enough's enough yesterday? I don't know. We'll see how things progress today. Okay, let's see. I was looking for a document, and I think I may have. Oh, it's actually the one we read yesterday we were trying to read through yesterday about the missing witnesses. Okay. Good morning, Butterfly. Welcome in. I was just looking over that document from yesterday that was released. There was some redacted parts in there. And I forgot to go back and read it last night. I was looking at some other stuff last night. How was your night? You, good morning, Spinster. Welcome in, guys. We are still waiting on the court to get up and running this morning. I think we all are trying to get up and running this morning. I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. Can't complain. Having my morning coffee. My back hurt a little bit last night, but it's better this morning, so we're good. I've been sitting idle too long with this trial. I'm having to get up and get myself moving throughout the day. It's like, y'all get yourselves woke up and take your time, because I do understand. Did you post it for me in the Discord, hun? I'll take a look. Oh, got missed messages as well. Now, this is the one from last night you posted. Yeah. That one was a motion for discovery on Aperture. Okay. The court ordered that the Commonwealth's expert witness, Dr. Welcher, may testify on rebuttal as a remedy for the defense's multiple deliberate 14 violations. That's the one I was reading over again this morning. I think this is the same one that I saw on Twitter. The Commonwealth has. All right, dog and cat standoff. Come on, guys. Hey, you go over there. You go out. Hold on a minute, guys. Okay, the dog took the hint. Maybe she needs to go outside. All right, I got to go let the dog outside so this cat doesn't try to wreak havoc on my room. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, Tom and Jerry behave. These two, my goodness. So funny how they'll tolerate each other, sometimes, but sometimes no. And the dog wouldn't go outside. She just looked at me like I was crazy. She's like, "Are you kidding?" All right. Says that the Commonwealth has so notified the defense and has further provided the defense with a description of this additional testing. The testing data materials are the presentations that will be produced to the defense as soon as they are complete. So, what they're really saying is Welcher was still doing work. We're still waiting on final reports. And this is all the judge's fault. I'm going to blame her at this point because a lot of this should have been done already. It makes no sense to bring it up mid trial and then let's deal with it as it comes up. That's insane. Never heard of such. The testing data materials and the presentations will be produced to the defense as soon as they are completed. The Commonwealth is mindful of the trial's schedule and is working with Dr. Welcher to complete and produce these materials as quickly as possible, given Dr. Welcher's personal and professional obligations, including other cases scheduled for trial. By the way of their 14 Rule 14 motion, the defense is demanding the same type of detailed testing, disclosure, and production. Well, no shit. production and information that the court ordered the defense to disclose as a sanction for their repeated and intentional Rule 14 violations. Moreover, demanding this information so that the ARCA witness may try and use it to preempt Dr. Welcher's testimony. Isn't that the whole point of the different experts to dispute what the other expert is saying? I don't think the prosecution quite understood the way experts are supposed to work. They're here to give you all advice. How come it's when it's his witness says it's like, oh, everything's gravy, y'all just turn your head and listen, but then the defense puts on a witness and they want to try to tear him down? But a lot of this is why you provide witness disclosures for these two parties to do all of this pre-trial. It is insane. Moreover, demanding this information so that the ARCA witness may try and use it to preempt Welcher's testimony. In effect, to present Sir rebuttal before Dr. Welcher even testifies on rebuttal is improper. I think there's a lot of things about this case that are actually improper, that make no sense to us on a legal aspect, right? The whole case itself is kind of shady, but from a legal standpoint, what are y'all doing? Very messy situation at hand. Makes it hard to follow, right? Right. Look, Spinster. First of all, she can't remember what I saw on the news versus what I really saw. That makes no sense, does it? And who the heck wants a cop on duty that can't recall if their memory is their own or something they saw on the news? Like, you make them sound like bloomin' ass idiots at that point. And you got no business being in law enforcement. I can't trust anything you about to say. You could have saw that stuff on the news last night, lady. Can't trust nothing you say. And they think all that's going to be okay, that we're all just going to be like, oh, well, no. Things happen. It's like they don't think we're not side-eyeing that stuff, right? How could you not side-eye it if you're really logically thinking? When things don't make sense, they don't make sense, do they? Kay Woodcock is the sister of Charles Vallow, for those of you who don't know. And she was a big part of Brandon Boudreaux's case as well. And Kay put out a survey, I guess, or a poll on Twitter yesterday, and it says, who wants to guess? Number one, will Loco, because that's what she calls Lori, is Loco. Will Loco be on a stretcher in a court tomorrow? Number two, will she still be in a wheelchair? Or number three, which was my choice, or will Chud perform a miracle and she will be healed and prepared for her day of playing attorney? I say number three, Chad will heal her. Maybe. What do y'all think? Think Chad cares? Girl, our eyes are going to fall out. We side-eye them so much. We're just going to be stuck. You know how when you were a kid, your mom's like, if you keep making that face, it's going to stick that way? We're all going to have the Karen Reed trial face by the end of this. We're going to have the baffled look on our faces the rest of our lives. People are going to say, what's wrong with you? Well, I got PTSD from that Karen Reed trial, man. That's what's up. It's crazy insane to me how this prosecutor doesn't seem to mind if people think he's an asshole. Like the jury, that they matter. We don't. We're just people on the social media watching true crime, right? So our opinions of him really don't matter at the end of the day. But by God, sir, that juror's impression of you certainly is a big deal. And not impressing them with your behavior might not work out so well for him in the end. It might not. At least in this trial, we get cameras, we have audio, we can see for ourselves what exactly is happening and going on, and we don't have to rely on individuals at the end of the day to give us their reports because they're all going to be different, right? Appreciate the ones who are on the ground for when there isn't cameras. But it's a pain in the butt to have to go through the people who were there and listen to all their different takes and then put it together because some will hone in on certain things where others didn't, which is good because then you can kind of piece it all together. But there's still a lot that gets missed. We had that problem with Delphi. It was horrendous. And we having a hard time getting actual discovery from the case. You don't need to add to it, Butterfly. I hope they get just through a whole day today without a bunch of drama attached to it. I'd love to interview some of these jurors after the fact just to get an idea of what they were thinking throughout the process, and especially their evaluation of these attorneys. I'm so interested to know that. Butterfly says there was a clip that showed the court reporter. Yes, I saw that. This court reporter is stealing the show at this point. She rolled her eyes at Dr. Russell when she left the stand. Then I saw another clip. Jay Bonation put it out on Twitter. Y'all remember Mary Catherine Gallagher from Saturday Night Live? If you Molly Shannon's character, it was epic. Well, he caught a clip of her, and she's standing up, and she lifts her arms, and she does the classic Mary Catherine Gallagher smell of her underarm. That shit was. I saw that this morning trying to have coffee and about spit coffee all over my computer. We've caught her rolling her eyes, sniffing her underarms, throwing her head back, saying, "Oh my God." This court reporter is over the Karen Reed trial. Like, lady, you're just doing your job. Sit down and get paid. The judge admonished the jurors for not making faces, but yet the court reporter's out here making faces, sniffing her underarms, yelling out, "Oh my God." people are people are interesting. You posted that one too. Yeah. It was funny. It's funny some of the things people catch and clip, right? And you're like, oh my God, that is just too funny. We have to laugh sometimes. We can't just be all serious constantly. We'll just be a big ball of nerves if that happens. They still have the OnlyFans spinning around. I got a feeling the defense is going to try to avoid calling Proctor. I don't know what there's different takes from different attorneys on how they would play that, right? So there's no wrong or right answer. Um, some say, yeah, absolutely, I'd call him, and some say, no, I think we're good, And the biggest reason I heard that I could kind of agree with, it only makes a little bit of sense, is the fact that they didn't want the prosecution to be able to lead Proctor, but you can't really lead a guy who's telling lies and been fired, right? It'd be hard to do that. I think I would risk bringing him on. I don't know that the prosecution could do enough damage control to redeem him on the witness stand. You know what I mean? I hear you, girl. Them phones are getting expensive. When I finally bit the bullet and allowed myself to buy an expensive phone, I'm like, oh my God, don't you? Nothing can happen to it. 'Cause I'm not down with buying a new phone constantly. I hate it. That's why I told my cousin to quit sending me snake pictures in the messenger DMs. Throw my phone across the room. I could see it gonna break one day. If I get mad, I'm pretty good about not breaking my own stuff because I like my stuff. So I'll go find somebody else's stuff to break. If I get mad, I usually just go out in the backyard and just cuss something out, and then I feel better. Y'all know me, I gotta cuss it out. Learned a long time ago it's better to release all of that than to bottle it up. Because then if you bottle all that aggression up, then you start pounding fists and breaking phones. I'd just rather go out in the backyard and cuss into the air. Save myself. Good morning, Firefly. Welcome in. We are waiting to get started. We got the OnlyFans is spinning around and around as usual. I don't have it up yet because it will make me dizzy. I try to ignore it. They need to turn that damn thing off. Then it wouldn't affect me. And I checked the docket again this morning. Nothing new on Stearns or Coburger. Um, that supplemental request is out. And I'm thinking that that 23rd, if you go look at Chad and Lori's Idaho cases, you will see as many requests. But I've tried to tell the people that, and they don't want to hear it. But it is what it is. It's right there in black and white for the world to see. But with that said, the defense just did some more discovery stuff because they hired those doctors to evaluate Koberger. So I would be inclined to believe these new discovery requests will have something to do with some of that. Not shit they were still trying to get from 3 years ago, right? Anne's made it pretty clear, and so has the prosecution. She's got a ton. So anything new, I would be willing to say, is probably to do with newer stuff that's coming up. Right? It does hit different when you got to buy your own stuff, Butterfly. You don't want to go breaking it, right? I'm not about to break my shit because somebody in Karen Reed trial pissed me off or some guy at the grocery store, irritated me. Hell no. Not breaking my stuff. I'll just cuss you out and be done with it. No harm, no foul. Free speech and all that. I get a lot of aggression out by cussing. I don't know if y'all can't tell. And yeah, Butterfly, I'm that cheap ass who didn't want to let herself spend a ton of money on her phone. I don't know, I fought it for years. I'm not buying those expensive phones. I'm not doing it. But I really wanted a good camera. That was my whole point of buying the phone that I have now. But I'm absolutely in love with this phone. It does so much. So I'm going to keep it. They keep telling me it's time for an upgrade. Dolphin has the one above mine. She really likes it. So maybe I'll upgrade. Maybe I won't. I don't know yet. When you Butterfly, when you got adults breaking their stuff, they never learned the tools, did they, to let that aggression out. I'll have to have a full moon ceremony one night, guys. I'll teach y'all how to write down what no longer serves you and release it. It works. And then on the new moon, you set your new intentions for what does work. Maybe. Somebody bumped the camera. Don't they know court's supposed to be on time? Okay, so we have a little bit of that to talk about at lunchtime, Butterfly, because I was so intrigued. I got the scoop for you. We'll get it straightened out. It's so funny. Well, it's not funny, but especially what her charges were. Oh my God, I had forgotten. Okay, here we go,
All
guys.
right, so the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Good Lord, of course. You couldn't have sidebarred it all yesterday because it would have cut into the dinner hour, right? This lady, I swear. But so back to the shabusiness of it all. So she's already been found guilty, right, of the murder of her boyfriend. What she did to that guy, oh my God, right? So then after she was convicted and sentenced to prison, she attacked a guard in the prison. So that is what her current trial will be about in October. Um, I have the clip where she attacked the attorney last month in the courtroom, and then I have the clip from where they wheeled her in with her special wheelchair yesterday. Like, that's the wheelchair Lori needs. Y'all just strap her on down and don't let her out. And the new attorney that was just reassigned to Shabusiness was her attorney during the murder trial. So he feels some kind of way about her being strapped to her chair. He's like, it's cool. I know her. She's not going to attack me. Good morning, Dolphin. Welcome in. Oh, that's right. Pipsqueak had to go to the vet this morning. Yeah, her attorney wants her in her regular clothes and he doesn't want her strapped to the chair. Well, tell her to stop attacking people, sir. That's a threat to the courtroom when we got a wild one. She needs to borrow Laurie's rack belt, doesn't she, Butterfly? See who it fits better. No, he wasn't her attorney. The attorney she has right now that was just reassigned to her case was her attorney during her murder trial, but he wasn't the attorney that she attacked last month. The attorney last month was supposed to be the attorney for this trial, but he was attacked, so they brought in another attorney. Okay, cool, Dolphin. Cool. Yeah. I'd forgotten what Taylor's charges were, so I had to go back and look at that last night when I was looking at her court stuff. I was like, what is this woman? What were her charges exactly? Because I don't remember. I didn't follow that case a lot. And then I went and I was like, holy cow, the stuff she was accused of doing. Holy mackerel. And then when people wonder sometimes, what do these defendants think? Or, this is the craziest case I've ever seen. I'm like, go look at others. You'll see some crazy people. Like, some of this level of crazy is just kind of like mediocre crazy. Then there's next level crazy. Taylor's Shabusiness has got a little few loose screws. There's something not right upstairs with that one. Not after what she did. It's gross. I've never heard of a woman doing such. I don't even know why you would. We'll go into more detail about that at lunch. Ew. This might be too early in the morning. It might be too early for all that mess. I haven't had enough coffee yet. Yes, she's a full on nut job. Dolphin, you're not lying about that. It takes all kinds of kinds, y'all. And if you start to look at some of the defendants and their charges and their conduct, it's like, what happened with people? Where did we go wrong? So wrong that people are just out here running wild in the streets. It makes you not want to trust anything or anybody, right? Like everywhere you go, you got to watch your back. Shit, if you're in true crime enough, you probably can't go out the front door without watching your back and all of your surroundings. I do. I'm not trying to be on the news. A victim of circumstance. And then you get drugged through the mud on social media because you were a victim. It's crazy. Some crazy talk out there. They're even trying to put Brent Kopacka back into the Koberger case. That's your alternate suspect. Like, huh? Is he one of them DNA samples that went untested down there on Sterile? Why are we speculating who the alt perp might be? Because it's fun. I don't think it's Kopacka, though. I think it's whoever was attached to the unknown DNAs. It may be cigarette butt guy. We do have a name in one of the documents, though. I just got to go back and read that full document again, which I've been trying to do. I'm getting some documents together that I've been reading through thoroughly. Dolphin and I have had some discussions about some of these documents, and I'm a little irritated because I just don't feel like I have the time I want to dedicate to some of it, but I've got to get my butt on here at night, apparently, and get some of this done. Right? We're not trying to be victims. Not at all. When you walk outside with your head in the clouds and you pretend none of that exists, you're setting yourself up to be a victim, guys. Just, y'all consume too much true crime not to be aware of your surroundings. And lawyer up. Jesus Christ. Lawyer up and don't say a word. It doesn't mean you're guilty. The way we've seen some of these police operate, I'm lawyering up. Like, I'm sorry, I'm going to need an attorney present because I don't trust you and your read techniques for questioning. We know all about the read techniques, sir, and I don't like it. It needs to be refined. Trying to trick me up with your trick questions. Never know when my phone might ping somewhere it shouldn't have been, or close enough to show up in some damn geofence warrant.
All right, we'll bring the jurors in.
All
We'll
right.
take a few minutes, Tony. Do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
Why do we need her to step out to bring the jury in? Tony, do you need me to step out? Nah, ma'am, just go ahead and sit right there. Jeez. Butterfly, I saw the headline, but I did not read the story or watch it. A lot of times I will avoid those kids' cases if they come out of the gate as a kid case of a murdered child. I don't usually, because they piss me off. Those are the ones that piss me off. And it's like the old days on Facebook. I scrolled past those kind of stories because I just wanted to do things that I know I can't do because I can't stand it. I don't know what he did. I didn't look at it like that yet. You know, like the kids that go missing, like Maddie Soto and, Sebastian, were the same day, and we began to follow the two cases, not knowing how they would turn out. And that's why I still follow Maddie's case. Yeah. If we didn't know who killed them, I would probably look into it, but that Chad Dorman guy who killed the kids, it's like I can't with some of those people. Those cases that involve the kids are just so sad and sensitive, you know what I mean? And I just can't figure out why people do it to start with. Oh, I don't think we'll ever figure out what the whys when people harm their children. Because let's just call it what it is. There's people in this country, because I'm going to say this country because I only live in this country and I only really care about what's happening here, I'll be honest. But what the hell's happened in this country where people think it's okay to unalive their children because she pissed me off or he irritated me and this new guy I like doesn't want the children? Y'all need to sit down with that stuff, and they need to start throwing the book at people who do that. You literally have a choice when you lay down with another person to decide if I want to have a baby or not. There's many options to prevent it. I don't know if they're not being educated or they just don't care. I just don't know. And there will never be a person that has any kind of control or anything over me that I'm going to go unalive my kids for you. Stupid. People who love a partner or want to get back at somebody so bad that we're just going to go harm the kids and call it even. I hear tell we have something called the firing squad these days. That's where parents who kill their kids should be, is in front of a firing squad. You're literally supposed to love and protect them, not go out and kill them. And the asshole probably tried to do it in front of the mom, or do it where she found them the minute she came back in. Yeah. Okay, now they're making sounds again. They got anything accomplished?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Okay. Thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Okay.
So you're gonna step up, take the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board. For which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris,
How close in age are Chris and you?
very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes, and interactions with the DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in. I'd be, friendly. I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Albert residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
All right. You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the highway division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 comes Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mishmash of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of Truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict Frankentruck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Tianetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what
Oh,
they are?
great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Frankentruck, and it's depicting the two mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Frankentruck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Frankentruck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel, and then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift, and then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders. And then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not, oh, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with the beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it,
Just a map.
okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get the... Okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route. Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly it's a portion of your route, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there?
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
That would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest. turn
means-
around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes,
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back?
yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day,
Very, very familiar.
having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right,
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when, or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
about 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes,
Could you describe those?
sure. There's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you were passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, this second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you, again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
for as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another three-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be a.m.?
a.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken-Truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I did.
you? How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on, and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane, and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
His first name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No.
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
No.
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
Yes.
And, sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. The exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have exhibits.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Any time from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer that.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were
Messy, messy, messy.
claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
Are you still a follower of that blog?
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
So would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
He's so insulted.
Yes.
That stupid phone.
On June 15, June 5th, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense.
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, we What are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today, can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over
Hey,
the course
hey,
of this case?
Vincy.
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing for trial in those meetings, was it brought up, and did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributed in your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask you to,
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
A transcript?
How long were your meetings
Jesus.
in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour?
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
Targeted?
you can answer that if you can. Can you answer that, Mr. Lockwood?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
You bitch.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. Excuse me, I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
Tell him no. Stay the hell back. Look, he might just punch you.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45, and I said about 45 minutes later I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street
What?
at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I
Sorry,
don't remember.
Cedar Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I want to see that transcript myself. I don't believe you, sir. You twisted word salad chef.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you
Now I'm making up shit.
I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up and then I'll get to ask you some questions.
Okay, butterfly. Not today,
So,
jerk.
I've directed at this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir.
Your witness has changed testimony from grand jury to first trial to second trial, sir. McCabe, and that her name? Forrest. Dude, I was thinking about you so hard yesterday. I'm glad you're here. I was going to send you an email today. Welcome in, buddy. We have missed you. It is so darn good to see you, buddy. Hope everything's settling down for you now and you're getting all settled into the new place. You have to email me and update me, okay? Yeah, we
Are you done,
missed
sir?
you. We
Yes.
missed you
May I
for
approach,
sure.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the State Police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, Did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told them that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you've have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be. I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front line?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked. I saw. I didn't see a dumpster. That would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route.
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, you recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct. Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet?
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please? Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Do we go back to 6:35, 12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
6:37, 45, please?
Where's John's shoe laying all this time next to that curb?
That's you again, right?
Nobody sees it yet.
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
It was,
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please.
oh yeah, Dolphin, they're trying to accuse Lucky here of being intimidated by the defense and Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy has entered the picture. They didn't say his name, but they called him a blogger. We all know who the hell it is, right? They're trying to discredit poor Lucky.
You recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please. Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's known, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Let's get different, Mr. Brown.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, oh, actually not finally, I've got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right, and you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
All right, now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15. 6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
And when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it? It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case. And you
Kerry
said that there
Roberts?
was. Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case? Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case? You remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. Do you remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing? May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Okay, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like come sidebar?
Okay.
You know they're about to go to morning break, guys. Right, well, we understand it's not, this trial's a little trying for everybody, so I completely get it. Yeah, him trying to discredit Lucky. How many times Lucky got to say, I'm not intimidated, I wasn't, you know. I mean, it's up to him to decide that if he was or wasn't. And I'm pretty sure the intimidation charges against Turtle Boy were dropped, because I kind of like just lightly paid attention to that because I didn't want to know. I'll be honest, I didn't want to know. That's a lot going on in a trial. And see how it kind of, you know, it's so weird. A lot going on with this. This case has it all, though. If you think about all the drama you could possibly put into a criminal case, I think this one has it all so far. Could it get worse with another trial? I don't know. As far as all the different things coming into play, right? It's just mind-boggling. And does he honestly think that Turtle Boy could intimidate Lucky enough that he found some dirt on you? So therefore, you better go lie to the feds, buddy, or I'm putting all your dirty laundry out on the internet. I would have been like, well, here, fuck, I'll just go do that myself. I'll do it. I'd rather me do it than somebody else tell the version of my life. So silly. Yeah, he didn't see the dumpster. He ran over a basketball goal. So he couldn't have seen anybody laying in the snow, right? He's such a blooming idiot. Dude, did you go back and watch the rest, the beginning of the trial?
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, they'll be on their morning break. Good, because when they're done with their morning break is when I eat before they go to lunch. And I'm getting hungry, so it could be time. Yeah, Brennan makes you need extra high blood pressure meds, that or an extra drink or an extra gummy, whatever it takes, right? I done got me a cold Coke a second ago and had to get something for a impending headache I felt coming on. I don't usually get headaches, but my God, this one, it is insane. So Lucky's testimony, though, hasn't changed. Didn't he always state that he didn't see anything in the yard? Timeline adjustments, isn't that what your drifting clock guys did? They came out and done some timeline adjustments. But, that's good because you're the prosecution, so you wouldn't dare lie. Wouldn't dare tell a tall tale, would you? No, not in a million years. Yeah, he doesn't seem to care. He has no empathy, right? He's done made it known to the world about how John's brother-in-law died. And now he's over here. He gonna coddle Higgins.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the
Jesse.
Karen Reed trial with us.
Coddle Higgins and his trauma, but he's gonna make light of everybody else's trauma. That's really cool, dude. You go right ahead. You look like a total ass by being that way. I don't understand why he thinks that stuff's okay to do. When he wants to call the defense out for, oh, they made a comment or they made a face or I don't like their tone. I don't like the words they just used. Hell, we don't like you. Dolphin, did you get your breakfast and get back home yet? Let me take Jesse down for a moment. He a little freaky. He'll start trying to sell us some face products here in a minute. Mm. Sorry, guys, I was doing something. Okay, there we go. I dropped that. All right, let me get back to chat. If Forrest gave gifted memberships a little while ago during the live. Forrest, we really, really appreciate that. TYO Toys received one. Grass is green enough. I love that name. Thank you for being here. Queen Olive, Bright Wheel, of course, Eliza, Legally Blonde, Unbronzed Aussie Laura. Oh, okay. Julie Moran, Hank. Hank's always good to have you in. Skinny, welcome in. And Forrest, thank you again for gifting those memberships. We've missed you. We're glad you are able to make it in and hang out with us. We hate that you missed a lot of the trial, though. It was a strange case that the prosecution tried to present, and they didn't land anything with me. And I didn't see the first trial, so I was going to give them the opportunity to bring it, and they fell short. Yeah, right. There's a thing right there because they never bothered to contact him, question him about anything he saw. Did you even see Karen Reed's vehicle all the time? Of course he wasn't there when she was there and all that. But then they find out that the feds had talked to him, and you can guarantee Hank doesn't have a transcript of what he said to the federal investigators. It's just no way he does. So I don't know where he got his information from, right? I'm sitting there thinking as he's saying all that to Lucky about his testimony, where are you getting that from? Have the feds shared part of their investigation with you? Why only you, right? That doesn't make sense to me. Because he even brought that up, with some of the other or witnesses on the prosecution side, asking them about what was said during their interviews with the feds. I'm like, how do you even know, anything? It's crazy that law enforcement, though, didn't contact him until after they got wind that he was being contacted by the feds. Or that other guy, Lally, whatever the hell his name is. He should be on the witness stand from what I understand. He was like the lead prosecutor first time around. Coffee time, Forrest says. Yeah, I'm going to need some afternoon coffee. I feel it coming on. Yeah, he held his own, Butterfly, right up against him, just like Dr. Russell did as well. When you're sitting there trying to put words in their mouth and literally change their statement while they're on the witness stand, and they're like, what? I never said that. That don't make sense. And like, Miss McCabe up there, well, I don't even know if I can trust that report you're about to hand me that I asked for to refresh my memory. I don't even think I trust that darn report. Like, lady, she gets away with all that. They expect Lucky to remember an exact time. Okay. Was Lucky a witness for the CW the first trial? That I don't know. Maybe somebody listening that was watched the first trial can talk. I was going to go back though and get Lucky's testimony later and listen to it to see exactly what he did say, right? But I'm not sure who he testified for. Let's see. You would think that if he testified he didn't see anything, that the prosecution wasn't the one that called him the first time, right? Some of John O'Keefe's family just left the courtroom, but they're still on morning break. According to what I'm seeing, here's his full testimony. This channel usually does have the full stuff. I'm going to save that. Okay. But from what I am seeing, that he testified the first time around that he didn't see anything out there. Their witnesses have amnesia. They have anger issues. They got lion syndrome. They got a lot of issues. Their witnesses weren't that great. None of them were real solid in their testimony. And in their experts, one will testify to one thing happening at a certain time with a phone, and then this other expert's got a different thing happening at the same time with the phone. And I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense. You can't make that make sense. But I know that Mr. Whiffen, now I'm in 5 feet of accuracy. Oh no, now it's dropped to 10 feet within a 5-second range of each other. Boom, boom, back and forth. So if you got all that happening in your low accuracy, how can we trust that your drifting clock situation is accurate? Mr. Whiffen kind of cancels that out. So they had a lot of problems to fix with their own. They need to be more concerned with their witnesses, right? And getting the solid testimony in by them that makes sense in the jurors' minds. Right now, there's a lot of holes left in what they're doing, right? Good Lord. If we gave all these people truth serum for us, our mouths would probably hit the floor. Like, whoa, we didn't expect it to go that deep, but okay. They would run out of the building, including the judge. She'd probably mow them all down to get out the door first. She's like, no true serum for me. They're still over at sidebar talking this morning, and there's some kind of activity. Let me bring the screen back up. Well, it went back to the fan, but they're all in the, they just left the sidebar. They're probably going to get their chance to go use the restroom, refill Bev's beverage. We could put the truth serum into their alcohol. They would never know the difference, right? You know they're going to be picking up that glass at the end of the day. They can't help it over there. And if they didn't drink before the trial, they drink it now. So just throw a shot in each one of their drinks. We'll be good to go. Okay, so I have a little bit of an update. It looks like, not for this case, Lori Vallow. Where's it at? Okay, let me get to it. I don't want to pull up a screen in case they come back. So apparently, like 18 minutes ago, Joe is reporting, and he's going based off of Nate Easton and Justin Lum's reporting that the sheriff's department there says Lori Vallow will not be in court today unless the judge orders her to appear as he did on Monday. He should have the results of the medical evaluation that he also ordered Monday by now. Now, that leads you to the documents that came out. And so the judge has ordered, and this is an hour ago, Joe posted these filings for us. 2 new documents were dropped this morning. Judge Boreski ordered the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office to transport Lori Vallow to court using any means necessary to include force. Well, you would think that was the order, but maybe that one was for Monday. In a separate order to direct qualified medical personnel to assess the defendant within 24 hours. And I had said that when they were talking about, oh, she was sick Friday and she's still sick. Well, you don't get to just run to the damn ER when you're in jail. The order has to go in. It takes a minute to process all the paperwork, and you might be 2 or 3 days before you actually get seen by a damn doctor. So the judge went ahead and ordered her to be evaluated within 24 hours. That was on Friday. And this order to bring her in under any means necessary was for Monday. Okay, so we don't know if they have one in for today. I guess they're waiting to hear back from the judge on that. Let's see. Lori gonna milk it until she can't. Yeah, as of 28 minutes ago, that's what Nate was reporting to. They're just waiting on the judge to decide if he's going to order her to be drug out like he said he was going to do. She's like, are you going to come and drag me out? He's like, yeah, I am. He didn't want to accept her invite to come to the jail and see for himself. He says, no, I'll pass. It's still pretty early over there, like 8:30, I think, close to 8:30 there in Arizona, 8:20. So maybe the judge is in chambers right now, writing up that order to go get her out of that cell, strap her to that same contraption y'all got your business down and strapped to. We'll be okay. Yeah, I think she's just afraid to face the music in this trial because this time her victim is still alive, right? She didn't have that benefit last time. So she felt like she had nothing to lose, didn't have to face the music with a real victim, just their family, friends, whatever, the investigators. But this time, she's got the actual victim to sit there and tell exactly what he knows. And he knows a lot. I watched another interview that Nate Eaton did with the investigator that Brandon Boudreaux hired when he was trying to find Melanie, his wife, Lori's niece, because the attempt, that Charles had already passed. Brandon knew everything Charles was aware of. Kay knew everything Brandon was aware of. Kay knew Brandon had a private investigator, and she shared information. And the guy talks about this in the interview. It's super interesting. We'll look at that at lunch, though, because I want to, those of you who do care about the Lori Vallow trials, there's good information in there as far as what kind of evidence they might have, right, to tie her into the conspiracy, because they have to do that. They have to. She's not the trigger person. She wasn't the trigger person in Charles' case, but they were able to tie her to the conspiracy through all those text messages. They got to be able to do the same thing over here, tie her to it, not just circumstantially, right? Like there's a lot of circumstantial there piled up against her, but what do they actually have is the key. Like halfway through Charles' trial, I was like, man, y'all better really start bringing out something to show her conspiracy in this. And they were able, they did. So right? If you don't come out, Lori, we're gonna send Kay in there to get you. She's like, oh boy. Oh, Lori would be screaming Kay's line. Oh boy, don't send Kay in here, please. That is the one person I don't think Lori Daybell ever wants to be alone with, right? Not even for a few seconds. No judge there to contain Miss Kay. Yeah, Kay's not going to take her shit. Be like, could y'all let Kay wear a body camera, when she goes to do that so we could all see it? That'd be great. Ooh. 1 second, guys. Sorry, I gotta take a call. Wow. Okay. Seems like the prosecution is not the only one that dislikes Lucky. A whole lucky situation might have been a fiasco. I don't know. Hmm. The biggest part of this case's headache is the social media aspect. Butterfly says, I'd get the popcorn and watch that. You darn right. If Kay was going to go in there and get her and we had some footage of that, we'd all be like, let's line up. Okay. All right. So Dolphin's just getting home from her morning outing. She had to take the pup to the vet and went out and got herself some breakfast. Butterfly, check your Discord when you get a chance. Private DM. Thank you, everybody, for being here and watching the trial with us. We appreciate it. If y'all don't mind, hit the like button, please. If you're sitting here chilling and watching with us, it helps out the channel. All the good things that YouTube apparently likes us to do. But if y'all just like to hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. My kiddo called me from Virginia a few minutes ago. And he's like, I dyed my hair again. You want to see it? I'm like, yes. It's cool. Cool. He needs to get a little bit of a haircut, but it's not too bad. Crazy kid. Like, I don't care what color your hair is as long as you're a good kid, and my kids know that. But he's got some cool maroon looking hair. This kid's got a lot of hair with a lot of curls in it. I don't know. He didn't get it from me at all. Crazy guy. Yeah. I need to check the dates on certain things and match up when testimony occurred. When was the. Okay. Oh, holy hell. I need to stop. I gotta stop for a moment. Oh my goodness. Mm. This mouth might get me into lots of trouble here in a minute if I don't stop. E- mm, yeah. Okay. Stay out of the rabbit hole. Well, rabbit hole's there for the world to see. I can't, butterfly. Oh gosh. I need to just stay off the Twitter, huh? Stay off the Twitter. Goodness. But there's funny things that happen on Twitter. And there's things you can't unsee some of the things you see, right? You just can't. Can't unhear some of them either. I've seen some crazy shit on the Twitter. There's so many rabbit holes you can jump down. Be selective, right? Be selective about your rabbit holes. But it's just not so much a rabbit hole as just seeing what other people have done, and you're like, oh, I didn't even realize that had occurred. Thank you, Forrest. You and Butterfly always reminding everyone. I appreciate that. And it really does help direct others to the stream. And we don't, I mean, let's see. Yes, share if you can, leave a comment or drop a red heart. And you guys commenting always helps out as well, keeps the chat going, shows YouTube people are interested. There's just a whole bunch of analytics that I always forget to talk about or say. But I always, if I'm watching someone stream and I'm like taking the time to actually watch it, I always leave them a like along with the view because I understand that it helps out. Oh, Jesse's back on screen. We couldn't live without some Jesse. We have to silence him. He scares me. He comes out of nowhere sometimes. That looked like somebody's a clip to somebody's intro. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess the rabbit hole is trying to figure out why people do some of the things they do. But then again, I try not to figure people out too much because sometimes there's no figuring people out, right? They're just what they are. Sometimes you just gotta let things be. Ooh. Let's see. It's overwhelming sometimes because you don't know what's truth and what isn't, right, Butterfly? Good morning, Dolphin. How are you?
Oh, good morning. A lot better.
You do sound a lot better. Good.
I've had my breakfast, so I was like, yeah.
Just like you were able to get out this morning and move around and
Mm-hmm.
get some of that good breakfast. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you have?
What you guys call my bougie breakfast.
Oh goodness, you found it.
Yeah, they've changed names, and what I wanted wasn't on the menu, but they made it for me anyway. So,
Well, that was nice. Look at you
yeah.
getting some special treatment out there.
It's called a sassy scramble. It's like smoked salmon and cream cheese, like scrambled in with eggs and
Hmm.
some other stuff. It's really good.
Nice. Good outing for you. Good deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So did I miss a lot?
No, they've had Lucky on the stand. He was the
Snowplow dryer.
Snowplow. I keep saying plow truck, like that's not even a thing. A
Yeah.
snowplow driver. Yeah, and he had testified first time around he didn't see anything on the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecution tried to, lay it out that he was intimidated by the defense and intimidated by Turtle Boy. And he says he wasn't. Apparently, Turtle Boy has put out quite a bit on Mr. Lucky, and some of it wasn't too nice. I don't know the gist of any of that, but that's
No,
what I
me
do
either.
know. Yeah, that's all I know about that. But they tried to discredit him, and I don't think they. It's not that they didn't do a good job of discrediting him, but they kind of put a little there. But I don't think the jury is going to see it as the way Brendan wants us to see it.
Oh.
Because his time, I mean, what he saw didn't change. What they refined a little bit was his timeline of events of when he went down the street, which still wouldn't have mattered a whole lot. The time difference because of the
What time did he go down? Because I mean, I just caught the very beginning of
Well,
when
he
he
said,
sat down and they were,
okay,
explaining the relationships and stuff.
yeah, the first
Mm-hmm.
time he went down there was like at 2:30 to 2:40 ish. He made his first pass.
Mm-hmm.
45 minutes later, he makes his second. I think his third and final pass was around the 6:15. Um, but he says on that second pass at 3:30 is when he saw a Ford Edge parked in front of the flagpole in front of Fairview.
Hmm.
The prosecution's trying to say, well, didn't you actually mean that was on Cedar Crest?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no, it was at Fairview. And then they're trying to pin him down, saying that he didn't come back at the 3:30 mark. It was actually like 45 minutes later, which by the time 6:15 gets there, first responders are all there. And he also saw the first responders coming up behind him as he was approaching Fairview. I think the third and final pass. So the
Mm-hmm.
timeline adjustment thing he's trying to drive home doesn't even matter, right? He still saw the first responders coming. He saw them at the location, and he saw what he saw when he plowed the street, which was nothing. His
Oh,
truck.
that's interesting.
Yeah, his
Mm-hmm.
trucks have the big lights all over it. They went through
Mm-hmm.
that. I screenshot the pictures of the truck, all the big lights, and yeah, his field of view was really, really good. And they tried to point out that you ran into a basketball goal, so therefore you couldn't see that good. He's like, no, I saw it. I just didn't. I misjudged how far it was from my truck. So he bumps it as he's plowing. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so they tried to, say, well, you couldn't see that great. And also they're saying he missed a whole ass dumpster. Where in a residential neighborhood is a dumpster going to be sitting out in the street in front of somebody's home? Was it under construction? That's
If
usually
somebody's rented one and they're throwing out a whole
yeah.
bunch of stuff,
And
yeah.
sometimes those are placed up in driveways. Sometimes they're placed
Yeah.
out at the curb. It just depends.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to say if you didn't see this dumpster, you wouldn't have seen John's body either. He's like, I didn't see a dumpster. So
Hmm.
it's a bunch of back and forth about that. Badgering the witness, basically accusing Lucky of not being smart, not remembering things, lying to the feds, being intimidated by the turtle boy. Good Lord. Forrest is saying hi, Dolphin. Good to see you. Forrest is back
Oh,
with
I didn't even see that. Sorry. Hey, Forrest. Welcome back.
yes. So good to
Let me
have
put
you
my
back.
pop-up chat over on the side. Sorry, I just
So I had heard rumblings on social media about the Ford Edge a while back, and I don't know if anybody really can pinpoint who owns the Ford Edge. Yeah, truth. I saw that. I know. Hank's about to put on a clinic. What? How Turtle Boy ran around intimidating everybody in this case, right? That dude's one to be reckoned with, ain't he? He'll put your shit on social media if you don't agree with him. Is that what this is about? What's fixing to happen here, truth? Coming in with the truth. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Wasn't he on the witness list or something? The prosecution didn't call him, so I wonder, didn't they drop the witness intimidation charges against Turtle Boy though? I found that to be kind of telling a little bit. I'm like, well, what is that, I'm going to have to go by that order. If those were dropped, it wouldn't be the corrupt government that dropped them, would it? They would be out to get him. So that's a little, that leads to questions. Dolphin Forest has been moving. He had a big move coming up, and so he's done all that. Yes, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had a
Gotcha.
big move, and we've been keeping up a little bit on our emails with each other, trying to stay in touch. But he finally got everything situated, and it looks like I'm glad to hear it for us. I know it was a lot for you guys to get done. They had to downsize a lot and things of that nature and go through a lot of things. And I get it. If I do move, I'm downsizing each time. I thank God I don't have to move, anymore. But each time I have moved, I'm like, I can't stand material things. Get it out of my face.
Yeah, I'm actually the same way. And when we were staying in the different apartments that we had while we were on the trip, I was just like, oh yeah, this minimalistic,
Hmm.
style that sort of agrees with me too.
Yeah, I went that way, God, 20 years ago, probably. I was like, you know what? Stuff means nothing to me. It legit doesn't. The things that do, I have close to me. Otherwise, the rest is just stuff. And I like the less stuff. I just like the less to clean, less to do, less every. I can't stand looking around my visual field and having clutter all around me. It makes me feel cluttery.
Yeah. I can't decide whether, I like loved being in the city, and
Yeah.
everything, but then I sort of like I missed being out here and I missed my
Yep.
deer and stuff like that. So
The
I'm
struggle
kind
is
of maybe
real.
50-50 on.
Yep. The struggle on that is so real. I feel you on that. 'Cause
But at least I don't live that far from the city. So
right.
like
You're
when I got back
closer.
home, I was like, oh, okay, cool. Close
Yeah.
enough to civilization, but
You're
far
able
enough
to
out.
order food and everything. I'm so far out that I can't. That's the only fallback about being out here.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely, burbs. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Populated burbs. Yeah.
yeah. I wouldn't mind living closer to town, but still on the edge of town. But you know what
Hmm.
happens to the edge of town? Eventually they come to you. So I feel like I'm far enough out. It may be my grandson when he's grown. It may be different out here, but right now it's going to be this way for a while. But I got tired of living in the city during the pandemic, honestly, because I was outside a lot. I'm an outside person, but all you could hear at the time was traffic when some days there wouldn't be a lot because it was everything on lockdown. But what I did hear constantly was traffic and noise and sirens, and I'm like, I can't.
Really?
Yeah,
During the pandemic?
yeah, but every time you
Oh.
heard a siren, you knew it was probably for an old person or somebody suffering with the pandemic, right?
Mm.
My cousin, we had to call on her. She had a medical thing happen, but it was not related to the pandemic, but it was
Mhm.
still happening during that time. But it was like sirens, and cars, and I wanted to just hear the birds and the silence. I missed it so bad.
Mm.
I don't like living in the city for that reason. I don't want to hear all that noise when I go outside. I just don't want to hear it. I want to be peaceful when I walk outside. So I'll take the trade off, I guess. Just won't get to order any damn good food. I have to get my son to pick it up and bring it to me on the way home.
Yeah. Mm.
Then I have to be selective what's going to still be good when he gets here. But it's all right. I got a few places I can go to. We got some good places.
So how far away from a major city are you?
I am about 20 minutes from a small town, and I'm about 45 minutes from Pensacola.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm far enough out. Pretty much sitting in the middle of one of Florida's largest state forests.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like those distances that you just mentioned, it's like
Mhm.
either like any direction in Atlanta that you go, you could be like 20 or 40 something minutes
Right.
out and still be in a heavily populated area, you
Oh
know?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pensacola's like that, but I'm about 25 minutes from the Gulf.
When I had mentioned about meeting the defense
They got lucky
investigator
back
on
up there.
June 5th,
Okay.
2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that before, shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, a still photo from that clip. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71. And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even deliver peaches to 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the way it's phrased.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly that is pretty discouraging when that is happening and you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at the trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better?
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions, I'm going to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. I'm just sidebarring and make this very brief, please. So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
What do you guys think? That's not a good look.
And I just showed you a photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony,
Yes.
reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Loughran, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lockman, you are all set. Okay. Is there another witness, Mr.
The defense calls Karina Kolakifis.
All right, do you need to see me before, as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
Okay.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
Yeah, Firefly, I got the videos where Turtle Boy was going in hard at this guy. I don't know why. I mean, I thought that the Free Karen Reed movement people were all on the same page. I could not tell you about none of that stuff. But he did go hard after Lucky. But why? Why would you go hard after a guy that literally said I didn't see a body in the snow? Why get involved to that extent? Why messy up, muddy the waters in a criminal case? I don't get it and don't even know what to say about it at this point. Because those actions could discredit Lucky in the eyes of the jurors. You know what I mean? I don't know. And that is Vixie and Firefly, notice in your comments there, I don't watch that guy because I attempted to watch, like, back when this case first started popping off and he became a thing, and I wasn't, you know, one of my kind of things, so I just didn't follow it. I'm learning as I go. Lisa Joy, welcome in. This should be an interesting witness.
Follow me. Everybody step up. Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and herein the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakithis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as your name.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakithis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or had they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college, so she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, like, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After, like, sporting, like after play dates, or yeah, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, like you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, "Hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and
Okay.
do stuff
Now,
like that?"
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing. We knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together. So that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. We saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020?
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there, and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day?
So that day I worked.
As a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home, and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in, and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And, excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go, keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%. Just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right, the Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time?
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. his niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and/or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were. We were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order in order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So, honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we cue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in a black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach the
Yes.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah. Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And
And
then-
I think you had said something else?
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down. Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall, about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that group?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf? Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. Can you play? And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it
sorry.
now. We might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right. Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay. Continue to play, Mr. Wolf.
That's Jim McCabe talking to him.
Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to set you up. Play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion. Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right. Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle.
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his
Back
arm.
it up for a second, Mr. Wilk, please. Stop. Did you see a motion that?
He put his left arm up.
Okay. Appeared to be summoning somebody.
Sustained.
Objection to this whole line.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind. Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Objection.
Sustained. Commonwealth versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a sec. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play.
I hope so, Firefly. Y'all enjoy the peacocking. Goodness.
Okay. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
You saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John.
I did.
He was a kind man,
Very kind.
generous,
Very generous.
thoughtful,
Very thoughtful.
soft-spoken.
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't I seek counsel regarding scheduling?
Regarding scheduling, knowing she's going to say, well, it's getting near their lunchtime. Well, it looks like the judge ordered that Lori will be drug out of her cell and forcibly brought into court this morning. That should be happening around now. Little Lori with the capital R update.
Just actually, Mr. Unetti, just one question.
Think they'll go to lunch early or call their next witness. So what did y'all think about her? She was just there to establish that, she was at the waterfall. She didn't see any arguing between Reed and John. Jim McCabe again, you're coming with me. We already had heard that, so she backed up that. And she didn't see anything amiss, no fighting, no arguing,
So
none
I'm
of the
going
crazy.
to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of here by 1 o'clock, so a short, and if they could just, or Paul, they could just go back for maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back. So.
All rise for the court, please.
That was really hard for me to hear. I was trying to hear what she was saying. I'm about to go back and listen to that again. I did not hear what she was saying. It's not really loud on my headset. Oops. Yeah, she came off honest. She didn't give us any reason to,
John, both.
Yeah, she didn't give us any reason to feel sideways about her, did she? At all. Hold on, let me take that down and bring it back up. So they had mentioned her. The judge brought her name up the other day when the judge was talking about the new witnesses and how they subpoenaed Little Miss Combative on the stand. Karina's name was brought up then, and that was either Friday or Monday. I can't remember. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard, Dolphin. Something about that. I couldn't hear it perfectly good with my That's what I thought. I'm bringing it back up. I had to refresh it anyway. Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay, Jesse's talking right now. Yeah, she seemed honest, and she was one of Karen's friends. So, like she said, once Karen and John came in and she saw them, she decided to stay because she was chilling out and talking to Karen. And she didn't witness any fighting, going on between John and Karen. She didn't say anything about that. She witnessed what she thought was affection, right, from John toward Karen. Nothing seemed to be like already going on. Big old argument happening that they continued once they got in the SUV and drove to Fairview. Like there was no reason to be arguing until they got there, apparently. But when they saw Higgins' truck out front, Karen's like, I'm not going in there. Can't pay me to go in there with that weirdo. Well, she's got about a half hour. No, it's going to be a whole day, Butterfly. I guess. Shit, if they're going to be out by 1, then maybe they are going to end early. We have no clue with this lady. She doesn't release a new schedule at the end of the day, and she doesn't give us an update in the mornings. We just kind of got to roll with Bev and see where Bev's going with all this. There wasn't a whole lot to go back for Butterfly, honestly. She just established basically that, she's there. She saw them interacting. Everything seemed normal. John displayed affection toward Karen Reed. She could see the Alberts were there, what they were doing with Higgins. Jen saying to Karen, you're going to come with me, which we'd heard before. So that's just basically to show there wasn't anything going on there. Which they needed because they've had all these other witnesses trying to say other things were going on. Hank's always an ass lately. That must be that guy's middle name. Uh, yeah. No. Has he crossed her yet? No, they have not. But they better get a full weekend. This lady's taking possession of our time. And really, what can the prosecution? Well, there's a lot the prosecution can do to try to discredit this witness, but is he going to come out and be an ass to her as well and accuse her of not having a good memory? Like, you're going to have your pattern will be showing, mister. Can we haul him into court and show his pattern of behavior? Hmm. And they are at sidebar looking at some scheduling issues, is what the judge said. They had to get some scheduling straightened. I'm assuming with witnesses, who's coming in on what day, that sort of thing. And I don't know if they're planning to leave early on Friday or what. Don't they have a juror who has a trip planned or something that needs to be out by a certain time on Friday? Every time the judge says we are on track, they take the opportunity to use that as a take some time off. Just like, oh wait, we're on track. Let's just take a half a day. You think so, Rachel, right? Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm wondering. That's one of my biggest questions for the jury is how did you perceive this prosecutor with his line of questioning and the way he treats the different witnesses? You don't want to come off as that guy, right? And he's definitely come off as that guy. And it's icky the way he would coddle his own witnesses, oh, we understand, there's a fan going, we can't hear you. All these baby things, kid glove handling he was doing. And then the defense comes out with some witnesses and he wants to come in long and hard at them. It's like, man. Let's see. Will they ever get their scheduling issues um, figured out. I doubt it. Oh, y'all got it scheduled out? Cool. Last week of June. That's a good time to come. You might have to wade through some jellyfish, but that not so much until July, August. They'll fly the flags. Just be mindful of your flags and you'll be fine. That's a good time to come though. The weather's good, but yeah. Send me a message, let me know where you're going. Hopefully it'll be over by then, girl. Like, oh, today's my granddaughter's birthday. She's at her day camp today. I'll call her this evening. Uh, these kids are getting old. Oh, I have to go let the dog in. She's about to rip the back door off. I'll be right back. Okay. So it feels like the defense is getting ready to lay out more of their theory and the people involved in the theory, right? That's what it sounds like. Well, thank you, Butterfly. My daughter, I was chatting with her earlier, and like we can't believe how old the granddaughter's 11 today. And I was like, well, just wait until she's 36, you know? And my daughter's like, oh, yeah. Now y'all see what I meant when y'all had them babies and told you that time was going to fly right on by. I think reality's hitting them because these kids are growing up. It's this dog, I swear. Y'all ever had a dog who wouldn't eat treats? Because I have a dog like that. She does not eat treats. It doesn't matter what kind you buy this dog, she just looks at you like you've lost your mind. It's so weird. All right, they're moving around in the courtroom, so let me get the screen back up for you guys. They're coming back to the tables. The volume up. So in case anything happens, we'll know. There we go. Okay, so I don't have the only weirdo dog out there. Great. Because she does. My other dog would tear up treats, but not this dog. Forest. The milk bones are beneath her. Like my pipsqueak's probably the same damn way.
Court back in session. Please be seated.
All right, jurors, I just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule. I understand tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. All right, so we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All rise.
They are scared of a freaking heat wave. I'm done. So no, I don't think the witness was released. They're just going to have to call that witness back to start the prosecution's rebuttal of that witness. But we're going to call the whole... Does she not realize it's going to get hotter with each passing day? So what do we do Monday when it's hot? Got all day Friday off now because it's going to be hot. Bitch, you just made me hot. My God. Yeah, why take a half a day today if you're going to take tomorrow completely off? Because Bev's let her courtroom become a damn circus, and she doesn't know how to contain it. She got to go home and think about it for a minute now. Got to go home and think about this for a minute because I don't understand what I'm supposed to do next. I've let it become a sham. Lady. Oh my God. I don't think this trial will ever conclude at this rate.
So they're done for the day then?
Done for the damn day.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yeah,
cool,
they're
cool.
done for the day. They're going to have tomorrow off and be back on Friday. And then we just got to hope it's not hot the rest of the time. Because they could call it a day any given day. If we're concerned about keeping the courtroom cool and hearing the witnesses at the same time, maybe y'all should have scheduled this stuff for the fall. All that money and the CW paid, and they can't afford an update to the courtroom, right? They should have went to the larger courtroom, but the defense is the reason they're in the smaller courtroom. So they need to hash that shit on out. But this dragging it out over frivolous reasons, that's ridiculous. Because it's going to be hot. I cannot with that one, because it's only going to get hotter. Maybe they're just not used to heat in Boston. What does she consider hot? What's her damn weather like? How hot is it supposed to be there tomorrow? Lady, I cannot with her. What she meant to say is, I need more time to sort out some of these documents they keep filing. So 88 degrees is too hot for her. Man, she would not make it in Florida. Lord help us, stay in Boston. Because we don't need our 911s overwhelmed with people who can't take the heat. Can't take the heat.
Oh, it's supposed to get up to 93 tomorrow.
Well, I guess that's too hot for them. Again, fix your courtroom. It's ridiculous. That'd be like Florida saying it's too cold, we shut down. We can't warm up the courtroom enough. I've heard of some ridiculous bullshit, but that's about one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. That's what I looked up, Rach. Was 84 to 80.
That came on weather.com, Rachel. It says 93.
Yeah, I guess the one that Rachel and I looked at was saying is the one we looked at that said 84 to 86. I don't know which one you looked at. It's all telling us all different. Forest has got 88.
Yeah, but Boston and Canton, are
Oh, I
giving
know.
different temperatures, so.
Yeah, it's right outside of Boston. I didn't go for this exact town. Yeah, it's still I don't care what town she's in. Saying we can't come to court because it's hot is ridiculous. Any grown up who says, "Oh, that's an okay situation," you're being ridiculous for thinking that. Shit, we get told to go no matter what. The weather's bad, you dress accordingly and all the things, right? It makes no sense. I guess she's going to do what the hell she wants over there, um, and give out any reason that she wants. Hang on, guys, I'm checking something really quick. Right, Forrest? 1 minute it's too cold, 1 minute it's too hot. We heard about that when the case first started, the trial, about having to keep the main AC off because it was too cold in the courtroom. Like, they'd rather go back and forth over the damn temperature of the room than the actual case evidence. It's a little infuriating. It's like, come on. Okay. So, yeah, 94. You know what? It's going to be hot, right? I'm in Florida and I barely look at the weather. People remind me to look at the weather, kind of like clocks and calendars. Clocks, calendars, and weather don't really affect me unless I need to leave the house. So I don't usually look because it's going to be damn well hot all summer and I'm good with that. Might get scared if I look and see the exact temperature. Ooh. So, 1 minute ago, Nate Eaton reported they are waiting outside the courtroom. Robert Abernathy, one of Lori Vallow's advisory attorneys, just walked into the defense room. Proceedings are scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. Arizona time. So I'm probably going to shut down and we'll come back up in a little bit and we'll air day one of Lori Vallow's trial. I want to see Miss Sickley in court. I want to see if they got her strapped down to something. Yeah, I don't know how much they're paying each other. I try not to pay attention to dollars because every major trial we look at now, people want to attach the dollars to it. How much is it costing overall? How much did each expert? And I think people need to be aware of that because they probably were never aware before that those things are all out there and happening, but I am, so they don't. Shit costs money. It's just the way it is, right? And each side has paid experts and each side gets paid to do their job and things of that nature. So I try not to let the follow the money become a part of it for me. Yeah, Lori Vallow's case is streaming. Let's see. Court TV is going to be airing it. She didn't get cameras kept out of here like she did in Idaho. They allowed cameras in for Charles' case and oops. That was the wrong thing. Let me see. They still have it scheduled up. Yeah, they're supposed to air her trial. Yeah, starting at 12 noon. So it's like any minute. So I'm going to go, guys. I'm going to set up real quick and come back probably in about 20 minutes. If you guys are interested in coming in and catching day one with me, we'll do that. And we'll take a look at that together. Rachel says, my guest will have live stream on delay. They had it on delay last time as well. But it doesn't say it's on delay this time, but it does say it's going to air at noon. So I'll go and I'll set back up again to come back live in a few minutes. And yeah, I don't know. All I know is I have a court TV feed telling me it's going live at 12 noon. And that's all I do know. So if they come out with it, they come out with it. If they don't, they don't. You guys are welcome to come back in a few minutes and join me, and we'll take a look. Give me about 10 minutes or so. Dolphin, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I know you don't care for the Lori Vallow stuff, so I don't know if you'll be back or not. It's not her thing. But anyway, I want to see Brandon get the justice he deserves. So hopefully get her jury seated quite quickly. They were hoping to do that today, guys, to get the jury seated this morning and get opening statements at least done today. I do know that was the plan. So I'll go get set up and we'll be back here in a few minutes.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to